Guess what's for breakfast this morning? Wiener? Toast? I just had a piece of toast. Garmos. New Crimson trailer is out? Hell yeah. We're going to watch it a little bit later, though. We'll wait till there's more people in here. More people to have a discussion with about it. Oh, it's this. Exciting 10th anniversary. Oh, that's the new tickets. Let's see, what do we have for XP? Still 700%. Nice. And 50% drop rate. Okay. What if I die, though? Well, it doesn't matter either way, then. Because you wouldn't get to play Crimson Desert. So if anything, I'm saving you some of your final moments. You finished your Oct armors last night? That's fucking crazy. I decided to click last night too, and I ended up pitying this motherfucker. There's my 5th pity. That's crazy. You're full fucking Oct. And I have 1 Oct, 1 Hex. I clicked off stream. I did. I was like, maybe that's my problem. Although, to be honest, being that close, I don't know how I would have felt losing the stack anyways, so. It wouldn't have been a very exciting clicks anyways. Where the GM at? Why is the GM never here on time? Looks like we got a new code too. Somebody pin that for me. Ta-da! Pedal power. And behold me. Okay. Time to use these. Let's see how many gold bars we got. 100, 200, 300. Oh, we got the GM buff. Where's the GM? I don't see the GM. Where's the GM at? The GM. Am I blind? Why the fuck can't I see the GM? I see the buff. Oh, it's Orzeka. Blending in with the fountain. Okay, I'm on Valencia 1, by the way, Kanjar. I'm pretty sure, at least. Yeah, I am. Wow, I thought I got banned off Kick for a second. I went to kick.com/Zethrian and it says the page you're looking for cannot be found. I was like, oh? And then I refreshed it and then it was there. What'd I do? Are you here? Oh yeah, you are here. Okay, off I go. Valencia 1. It's always Valencia 1. Whenever it comes to the GM's given a buff right after maintenance. Valencia 1 on North America, I should say. There's a bunch of channels they do on EU. I guess I should specify that. But on NA, they only do North America. I honestly think it's an EU guy logging on NA. Because there's no way they have, like, the janitor in the office fucking pressing the buttons. Oh, let's see how much I, oh, this is still town. Fuck you. Let's see. Holy, I got like an extra 4 bill worth of bars. Let's fucking go. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I have to wait till these dum-dums stop being dum-dums. For one, 2.2 trillion is insanely expensive for Splendid. I think you mean Shining. And two, 2.2 trillion is expensive for Shining too. Good. We will call it reasonably expensive. How much to start fresh and delete account? Ooh, everybody's got a price. I wonder. 100 billion. No. I don't know what I'd do that for. Ooh, pit-a-pat mole. Fuck, maybe we'll watch it twice. Why you gotta talk about it, Kinjara? Okay, I wonder. I'm trying to think. Would I do it for 100 grand? Yes. Would I do it for 90 grand? Yes. Would I do it for 80 grand? Yes. Would I do it for 70, 60, 50? Yes, yes, yes. Would I do it for 40? I'm trying to think of. Yes. 30. See, now we're starting to get more questionable territory. It's still a lot of money. I feel like I would have to have the money in my hand Like, we're starting to get in that territory, you know? Well, I guess all of them I'd have to have it in my hand. But... new challenge rewards. Right. Right here. Ooh. 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 Is there not blacksmith boxes this time? Oh, a discount coupon? Cool. All video players playing Crimson Desert Day 1 should do a stream together in solidarity. Yeah. I'm sure Choice and his view-botting girlfriend will. Huh. Okay. Let's watch this Crimson Desert trailer, because I can't fucking wait. So let's... pause music. Let me pause my in-game sound so we don't hear these grass beetles fucking chirping away at us. What? What is wrong with me? Audio? Oh, there we go. It's funny because you have so many different ways of telling that she... I'm not going to say any names, but let's just say that this person I am referencing bots, right? There's the way her stream viewership grows immediately upon going live is completely unnatural. And there's only one other thing that will cause a channel's viewership to jump immediately upon going live that way, which is view botting. There's the amount of viewers in her chat where if you read their profiles, they either A, have very generic, like almost philosophical, AI-generated philosophical bios. And normal viewers don't do that. You either have, like, if you go to almost any other's channel and you look through the bios of all the people hanging out in the channel, 99.9% of the time, yeah, it's like fortune cookie bios. 99.9% of the time, it's empty unless they've decided to stream at one point. Then it's something streaming related. It's like, hey, I'm from da-da-da-da, I stream this game, right? It's those two things. Otherwise, people just leave their bio empty. But in her channel, like, there's a good portion of them that are like fortune cookie bios, and there's even bios with tiny URLs where if you go to the tiny URL, it actually goes to a view botting website. There's also the lack of chat activity, which there could be other contributing factors to that too, right? But it is certainly something that is on the list. There's her commenting in the past too, that her... trying to think of how to phrase this. And maybe I'll just skip this one. The way her viewers work when she hosts people. So, like, everybody knows when you host somebody, there's this immediate drop off, and, you know, it slowly trickles down. I've seen times where she hosts people, and it's like Not even, there's almost, so there will be that normal jump, right, from a host, and then all of a sudden, and there was some times where I timed it and it was like 30 minutes on the dot. It's like every single one of those hosted viewers disappeared from that other person's chat. And it's completely irregular. If you have somebody like Biceptimus, Rappo, or any of these guys, Byrog, anybody who hosts you obviously, you'll never get 100% of the people to say, but there's like immediately like 20% are gone from the original host, and it slowly trickles down, but there is a bit of retention, right? Her hosts, completely unnatural the way they work. The fact that she's engaged in multiple scummy practices on Twitch with no regard to her peers shows that she doesn't give a fuck about stepping on other people. That's obviously less evidence to what she's doing and more evidence to her character, right? It doesn't matter when she streams. She could stream her normal schedule, and she can stream a completely different schedule. Like if you break up the day into 8-hour shifts, right? 9 to 5, 5 to 1, 1 to 9, right? It doesn't matter when she streams, always the same viewership. If you ask anybody who streams a regular schedule, if they deviate from that
schedule and stream in a completely different time frame, their viewership takes a hit. Because their primary demographic is offline, right? So there's all of these different metrics. I'll go back to the last thing, revenue. She claimed back when she was doing
and this was almost a year ago now, when she was doing the AFK drop streaming. When she was doing the AFK drop streaming overnight, she was catching some flack. This is when Blue kind of blew it up. And her justification for it said through choice. 1 second. Her justification through choice was that her revenue was down so much that she was having a difficult time. And if you take a look at her average viewership, and they were trying to make the claim that because of where she streams from, that it's affecting her revenue, which is completely false. I actually talked to a ton of different streamers that about revenue, people who are in the same region as her, and it is very clearly, it doesn't matter where you're streaming from, it's where your viewers are watching from. Right? So, and I talked to other streamers who have less average viewership than her and less time streamed, and they they're not living in a mansion, but they're not struggling either. So and with her viewership, she should definitely not be struggling. So obviously there's a lack of revenue from the view bots, and then also, you have to pay for them. So there's all of this collection of evidence. That
One Deja Vu 1 gifted a tier 1 sub to W33V600.
Yo, I appreciate you. There's this whole collection of evidence. That all of these individual things could be, just an anomaly. Okay, well, maybe there's this reason or that reason. But it's the collection of every single one of these metrics that could be used is all fucking blinking bright red. What the fuck's going on here, right? And at that point, like in the case of Ellie, the only thing you have is her viewership for that period of time where it was kind of okay, what's going on there? There's a little bit off there with the growth, but she puts in a ton of work into her content. She definitely hustles. She's a variety streamer. There's a lot of nuance behind Ellie, for example, that could justify, right? One blip in one data point is kind of okay, what's going on? But it's nothing where you're okay, for sure. But when you have every fucking metric that can be used to measure that, all telling the same thing, I'm sorry. If it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck, you know? Okay, I'll turn the redeems back on. What were we doing again? Oh, yeah, we're going to watch Crimson Desert. The night vendor never leaves. I think what you're talking about is the night vendor event, and I encourage you to check the the events page. Okay, where is it? Okay, and voila, and voila. Oh, this is short. You're right. We're gonna watch this again later too. Sorry. I changed the audio source, but I forgot to enable it. Yo. Okay, we haven't seen that boss yet. I heard something there's like 40 or 41 bosses or something. Holy! Oh, that's a crab. I was like, what is that? Woosa? Huh? Why do I get the impression that like there's going to be every single weapon from BDO that Cliff can use? Ah. Yo, a jetpack? I don't remember that. I like puzzles. Is that Quint? No, the other guy. Okay. Oh my god. I don't know about you guys. I'm getting so fucking hyped. I'm getting so hyped. Maraca. Okay, there you go. There's the video if you guys want to see it yourself. If you want to rewatch it and slow it down and rewind it and all that good shit. It's a single player game, yes, Trap. Trap, what rock are you living under, fella? You gotta stop playing so much fucking Call of Duty and Valorant. Get back with it. Which mat do you need to recharge the combined Elkstone plus Vel? The Vel stuff or normal blood? You can use both, but obviously blood is preferable. It's cheaper. It's more abundant. You can just buy it from the market very easily. Although the other stuff's probably coming down now, right? No, it's not mythical powder. Mystical. 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 Mystical? What was mystical? Did they remove that from the game? Oh, spirit powder. That's why it wasn't working. Mystical spirit powder. Okay, fuck this game. Type Vel? Thank you. No, that's not what I'm looking for either. Okay, fuck this. Oh wait, you can't sell that shit. Why am I starting to search that shit on the market? The music back going. Oh, and one last thing too, right? One last thing that is a major anomaly is you can have a crazy drop event in the category that, like, for example, 2 weeks ago, right? When they first started the week-long 10-hour drops, the average viewership in the video category doubled, and in some cases tripled or quadrupled, depending on the person. And this person that I was just talking about, their average viewership went up by like 10%. And then you can have times where the average viewership in the category is like half or even less than that, because like there's like this gap in drops or whatever, right? And their viewership doesn't budge either. It's just every single metric you could use. So, you know, I wish Twitch would get a handle on it, because the biggest thing, right, is just proving intent. Intent is the key thing with these issues, right? And proving intent is extremely difficult. So that's why I really hope that Twitch will end up. The original thing that they did was they removed all view bots from your viewer count. And we saw the specific people, massive drops. Now, I think something interesting happened there for Twitch. And you got to kind of talk about the incentive of view botting from how many different angles it can be incentivized. I'm just going to manually fly here, I think, since I want to just yap anyways. But there's incentive all down the chain, right? There's obviously incentive for the streamer themselves, right? It helps them get to a top of a category. It helps them get more exposure. But there's also incentive levels, multiple incentive levels, all the way up to Twitch too, right? Not as much for Twitch, and I'll explain that in a minute. But there's certainly incentive for games to view bot their own category. And there's times where I'm wondering, like, is Pearl Abyss botting their own category? Because, like, everybody will be massively up. And it doesn't make sense to me sometimes. Sometimes I wonder if Pearl Abyss is doing it to themselves, or games in general are doing it to themselves, because it allows them to make their game look more popular, right? There's an incentive there. In any case, all you got to do is follow the money. Is there a monetary incentive, right? And there is at so many steps of the way here. There's incentive for the streamer. There's incentive for the games to bot their own categories. There's also these teams on Twitch, right? And I'm not saying any of these teams do it, but I'm just going to give some example of what teams are, so maybe you guys understand what I'm talking about. But there's like Epic Talent, Mythic Talent, you know, all these things that have a collection of streamers under their umbrella, and they're like an agency that helps their team get sponsorships, right? Well, there's an incentive for those teams. And I'm not saying those teams are doing it. That was just an example of what a team is. But there's certainly incentive for teams to bot their streamers as well, to make their streamers look more popular, to make it look like they're doing more for their streamers, to also allow them to negotiate stronger for more sponsorships for their streamers. So there's an incentive structure there as well. So the streamer might not even be aware it's happening to them, because it could be the company or their team doing it to them behind the scenes. And then, of course, there's the incentive, although this is the one I think is a little more iffy. There's incentive for Twitch to do it to themselves to make their platform look more popular. But it's not like there's a lot of streaming competition out there for them to try to rise above. But it certainly allows, you know, when these big companies come to Twitch and say, hey, we want to actually be advertised on your platform, what kind of viewership do you guys get? Twitch could say, oh, we get 100,000 views instead of, or 1 million views or 2 million views, right? They can inflate that to try to negotiate better for sponsorships. So there's incentive all along there that the individual streamers might have no idea about and have no involvement in at all. So that's why intention is so difficult to prove, right? Because there's so many different incentive structures for it. And I think what happened, right, when Twitch initially implemented this system that reviewed the viewership from people's, they removed the bots from people's viewership counts. What happened was it was a giant exposure of how bad botting is on the Twitch platform. And I don't think Twitch even realized how bad it was. I think it scared the shit out of them. Because obviously at the individual level, a ton of streamers saw a massive drop in their viewership. And I think there's a lot of people out there who aren't involved in any of this on their own channel, right? Maybe they're part of these other incentive structures and are unknowingly being botted. And it created this thing where their viewership dropped too. And they're like, what the fuck? This must be creating false flags, right? What the hell? This must be counting lurkers in my chat because I know I'm not botting, right? That's what they would say to themselves. And they were probably 100% true. They had no idea it was happening. But they lost a bunch of views in their channel. So they just thought that it was lurkers. And like a massive amount of the Twitch community freaked out, right? And Twitch at the same time, it was kind of a big red flag to them because the overall platform viewership fucking crashed that day. And Twitch was probably like, oh shit, if the advertisers see this, we are not going to be able to get nearly as much money. And we aren't going to be able to cover our overhead. Abort, abort, abort. We're going to act like what these people are saying is true, and it is false flagging people because that gives us a reasonable out. So the people who are knowingly cheating could say, yeah, I wasn't cheating. It was just false flags. And then there was a bunch of people who legitimately the viewers that they lost were false flag or not were they thought they were false flags. And then there's Twitch who can fall back on the community outrage and be like, oh yeah, because of all the false flags, we're not going to do it, even though they're protecting their own ass, right? So they aborted, they put the brakes on that shit so fast. I don't even think that lasted 24 hours. I think it scared the fucking shit out of them. Okay, I'm going to get music going. Just think, I don't know the exact number, but let's say Twitch negotiates $1 million from an advertiser because they have so many views on the platform. And then all of a sudden the next month, because of this new system they implement, half the views on the platform are gone. They're not going to be able to negotiate that. And the advertiser that next month is going to say, you know what, we're only going to offer you half because your platform only has half the views that we're paying for. Yeah, I think it absolutely scared the shit out of Twitch. And that's why they put the brakes on that so fast. They probably won't even offer half at that point. I think that's reasonable too, because if you implement an anti-botting system and half your viewership is gone, and these are obviously arbitrary numbers I'm just making up right now, right? Just for ease of like conversation. But there's also, like, everybody knows when it comes to cheating, you're never going to catch them all. So if all of a sudden half of it's gone, the advertiser could be like, okay, well, if all they got was half, how many are left? There's clearly a massive problem. How many are left? So yeah, they probably would offer even less than half too, right? Ash Ketchum begs to differ, but has he caught them all? I don't think he has. Never caught his dad. So, but I think that is the best way to handle it. I think removing the viewership, removing fake views from the viewer count is the best way to do it because now you remove the incentive to doing it, right? You now make it where people, because if you just, like, there's obviously channels that they clearly know have bots in them. But you can't just go and ban those channels because the system will become weaponized. People will say, oh, well, this person is my competition. I'm going to pay to have bots in their channel and get them banned, right? And then the system becomes weaponized and Twitch becomes a completely unsustainable platform. So they obviously cannot just ban channels they know that there's bots in. But removing the bots from the view count removes the incentive. Now it will no longer be used to get because this is the primary reason for the bots, right? Is exposure. And if you don't have those views in the view count, you're no longer getting the exposure. You're paying for nothing. So I hope that Twitch, I think at this point it's so bad on the platform, they have to like try to trickle it in. They have to like implement the system, but have it first for like the first few months, remove like 10% of the bots, and then slowly dial it up. Because and then like as they dial it up, make cuts. Because they're obviously, if they lost half their revenue overnight, it could cause the whole platform to just go fucking bankrupt. I don't think Big Daddy Amazon would all of a sudden be like, huh? Wait, you guys are losing how much more money? The shareholders would be like, huh? What are we putting money into? I feel like they would have to trickle it in so it didn't look so insane right off rip. Go begging for your change. Not gonna fail my 5 taps first? I already did. I did it last night. I pitied my 5th time. Mr. Kanjara here has full oct. And I have my 2nd hex finally. Woo! I'm happy for Kanjara. I'm pissed at fucking Mylog though. It's such a problem. Some categories have it a lot worse though. Yeah. And it's hard to tell which, like, how bad a category has it though, to be honest. But there are plenty of times where I think Pearl Abyss is botting their category. But it's also hard to say because this is, like, BDO is a multi-region game where we're not connected in the game, but the game is offered in so many different regions. So maybe there's people who like don't speak English, don't speak whatever language, but they find a stream to hang out in because they enjoy watching it, even though they don't understand a fucking word I'm saying, right? So there is a little bit of nuance here and there. Like, now, one of the things I think is important, back to said streamer and chat activity, and this is why I said this is one that's much more flaky to base it off of, chat activity, because of what I just mentioned, right? This is definitely a multi-region game, and there's going to be a lot of people hanging out in streams that are just watching, but they can't understand, right? Because maybe there isn't a streamer of their language available for them to watch. But also, get away from there. 1 second. Let me get grinding. Time to repair my elk zone. 1 second. I gotta show to this guy I'm grinding. So oh, chat activity. Okay, I was trying to remember what I was saying. So chat activity is another thing too, because said streamer, there's that. There's also, this is a drop category, right? So obviously there's people who just go to work and they want to collect their drops. So that means, like, per viewer, you can have less people talking in your chat. There's also the multi-region game thing that I already mentioned. There's There's also, like, this isn't really a game where you actively watch it. You typically have somebody on your side monitor while you're playing. It's more of like a radio you're listening to. And you can't exactly stop all the time in the middle of your grind to type something, because you'll die to the mobs, right? So there's a lot of people who probably would type if they could, but they can't, right? And that's why it was kind of funny when Zephyros and stuff was popular, because you would see people, like, every 3 minutes they're popping up, or every 12 minutes they got like a little window they're popping up in chat whenever they're in their AFK phase. So that will contribute to less chat activity as well. And then there's also said streamer, anytime somebody pops in their chat and makes any accusations, they ban them. And I mean, they're allowed to moderate their channel however they want, right? This is all of our own communities, so you're obviously allowed to do that. Well, obviously, when you have people who are potential active chatters and they come in there raising questions, and if you ban them, you're also going to contribute to less chat activity as well. You're actually creating this self-perpetuating loop. So there's all of these different factors that contribute to it, right? So that's why I don't think chat activity is the best metric to be using. Once again, it's certainly a flag, but there's a lot more nuance to chat activity than people think through. Okay, 1 second. Let me go to review requests. And complete all. There'll be no refunds on any of that shit. Boom. Thank you for your points. And I just turned the redeems back on. Okay, so we got Dragor. Where's Dukes? I told Dukes yesterday too, Dragor, because he showed up like 30 minutes before the end of my stream, and I was like, dude, if you show up 30 minutes before the end of my stream, there isn't going to be time, that's going to count as a forfeit. By the way, I hope you learned something, Dragor, when you watched him play Ninja, because that's how you play Ninja. But I'm not taking the bait on the warrior thing, because you know I cooked his warrior. Oh wait, why do I have well, I guess it doesn't matter what elixir I have. Cool, I should probably get more. Wait, what? How the fuck did it cancel that? Okay, let's see. Why aren't you playing with high cap? What do you mean high cap? Yeah, and I'm at 1967, look at that. I think people are overreacting. People just like to bitch and complain about any time of anti-cheat. Basically, they're the Karens of the gaming community. And don't get me wrong, there are times when you can complain about an anti-cheat, but complaining already about it, you're being a Karen. Just wait and see how the game runs first before you start freaking out, you know? If it runs like shit after, when it's out, Yeah. Yeah. And that's exactly my point, right, Kanjar? And that's true for almost anything, right? Implementation is key. So people need to wait and see. Stop being a Karen before it's even come out. Oh, I don't know what it is. I just assumed it was anti-cheat, but maybe it's the digital rights protection or whatever. Either way, though, right? Let's see how the game runs first before we start complaining about performance. Yep. They very clearly, very clearly, based on what they've been saying and what we've been shown, been putting a lot of emphasis in making sure that performance is as not performance. Playability is as accessible as possible, and performance exceeds their expectations. Now, to see how well they've done with that, obviously is to be seen. We'll find out in a week. But it would be kind of goofy to put all that work into it to then implement something that absolutely tanks it right at in the final hour. That'd be so fucking goofy. I think, at least based on what they're saying, if that happened and they're like, wait a minute, how come our shit went so much worse? They would immediately pull the plug on that and be like, okay, let's figure something else out. I don't know what options there are in that space, though, for that. But yeah. Also, they just released a few days ago their final system specs, right? I can't imagine that they would do that and then do something like that that could potentially change the specs. I would imagine that those recent that spec list they gave out was taking that into consideration. But yeah, I think people are getting ahead of themselves. I think it's fair to say, yeah, they implemented this. I hope it doesn't affect it. But the people who are already with their pitchforks out and their ropes and freaking out, they're being Karens. DM me if Duke shows up. Yeah. Hopefully he shows up right away. You working the night shift now or something? The hell, anyways. Why'd you just fix that sleep schedule? No, you fucked it up. You let WoW fuck it up. Have some accountability, Dragor. What are you, a liberal? One of your friends plays from Hawaii? Okay, well, get new friends then. Duh. Why are you fucking up your schedule for him? Why doesn't he fuck up his schedule for you? Yeah. So far, that's only true is if you're on Seraph, Dragor. That's the only guy in Hawaii. It's Blade Bokes, Mr. Bokes, Bokeso. I haven't seen him trading Pokemon cards in a while. Yeah, and you should have went 10-0. You kidding me? And that fight don't count anymore because Warrior got the tiniest little buffs and then he fucking cooked your ass. Wasn't even fucking close. And Warrior could still use more buffs. Yeah. Awakened Ninja is the fucking, like, best 1v1 class in the game. That's how it should go. Not like what I did to you. Holy. What are you talking about? You weren't watching then. That shit was like 80-20 in my favor. Okay, look at everything collectively, Dragor. Man's trying to cherry pick one little streak. Was it the time where I got a call too and he got a little freebie just as I had to go get the phone? Your ass, Dragor. You can try all you want. The fact you gotta bring up somebody else instead of defending yourself is actually embarrassing. I am secondhand embarrassed for you. No, you can't defend yourself. There's a difference. We've all seen. We all know. Ironic, huh? How Dragor's mentality changes as soon as he starts playing Seraph. I already cooked his ass. On his Seraph, really on his Ninja. On his Sage, everything he's played, the only thing he's remotely had a chance on is Seraph. And barely, still decimated him last time. At best, it was 60-40. How dare they lie to us about new Twitch drops? What do you mean? There is new Twitch drops. They've been refreshed. I guess it depends on what your definition of new is. They're new as in a new set, not new as in like new drops. But either way, technically true. Man, it's crazy how much of an ego Dragor got with Seraph. It's fucking wild. You had it way before Seraph. You never showed it here. That's for sure. The only thing you've ever shown here is entitlement. But now you got that entitlement and ego. Is Suck Guardian broken now? I don't know. Aside from the Rabombs, I can't remember what else they changed. It got like 20 DR and a little bit more healing every time it hits, right? But I think the rest are Rabomb changes. I can't imagine the 20 DR and the extra HP on hit making it overpowered. So if it was the Rabombs, then I would imagine Awakening is even stronger than before. Wait, did you have to go to Vel to get the Vel boxes? Oh man, I thought they were just gonna give that shit to us all for free like they normally do. I thought I was gonna get a bunch of free Vel boxes. How do they know you were there? Because you looted a Vel bundle. Or wait, no, I guess they wouldn't know. Because there was no Vel to kill, so you wouldn't have looted an original bundle. I did in my mail? I just looked. Did I? No, there isn't. There's nothing in here. Maybe they just took like every Vel you did over the event and then just doubled it because they just assumed that maybe you would have gone to both because that was the event, right? Twice as many Vel spawns. That's the only thing I could think of. I killed Vel twice and got 2 bundles. Okay. Yeah, I didn't go to Vel at all. So, and I didn't get any bundles, so I think that's the potential reason. I like how the tower's trying to attack me from there, but the slow's not hitting. I guess that's one thing you can now do with slow towers is use dimensional compression now to just forward guard it. I don't know what we're going to see on Global Lab this week, you guys. Any predictions? They should Giga Boost dimensional damage now since it's forward guard? Oh, they can't do that. Not because it suck. Dimensional compression isn't a bad ability when you're E-buffed as a Suck Sage. And now it's even better than it was before. It makes it a lot less useful when you're not E-buffed. You basically will never use it now, aside for very rare situations, right? But when you are E-buffed, it's significantly more useful than it was. Which is funny, because that's when, like, if they're trying to nerf Suck Sage, it doesn't need a nerf when it's not at its strongest, when it's not E-buffed. It needs nerfs when it's at its strongest, and they effectively buffed it at that time. Adonia group grind? They should Giga. They could maybe boost, like, the PvE damage of it, though, like Krishan. I don't know if you were suggesting PvE damage. I definitely agree with that. PvE-wise, it should do more damage. I haven't actually compared it to Lightning Prison in a while. I can't remember. Let's see, we have 10 and a half, 14, so 24, 34,000 damage, approximately. Lightning Prison is 12, 12, and 15. Yeah, that's a little bit more. I think that, what is that, 37? 12, 12? No, 39. So yeah, it does like 10, 15% less damage than Lightning Prison, just off the top of my head. Yeah, if you do the fast, you used to lose the opening damage. I don't know if that's still the case. Need like a full HP mob to test it on. Hard to say as I'm hitting it from the front too. Might be easier to just test it on a player and control more variables that way instead of having mobs turn around. But yeah, you used to lose the opening damage. Otherwise, like, expansion to compression would be like sick, right? You could do expansion and compression into compression, void or gravity rift into compression. That's too long of a forward guard though. You'd never do that in like a PvP thing, but in PvE, maybe. I mean, Gravity Rift isn't really great for damage. Yeah, palm into it. Yeah. Yeah, it's been like ever since they brought it down, which is annoying, because now it makes expansion significantly less useful, right? Now you got to keep in mind that if you use it, you're technically going to have less AP until it falls off, which is fucking goofy. That's definitely something I should put on a list of bugs that need to be fixed with Sage. Caravel away? Was it like your way for fishing or something? It's just annoying. Should put in a ticket. No, you're locked in your Magnus. So then putting a forward guard on it, it's not like you use it a ton without e-buff, aside for maybe like a little bit of neutral game if you knew the person didn't have a grab. But like for speaking from Suck Sage perspective, right? You primarily you didn't really use it a whole lot. Like under your blanket SA, you're gonna just use almost anything else now. And you wouldn't really use it under your blanket SA before because it was already SA. One of the biggest issues Suck Sages have is like getting HP back, right? So having an SA forward guard is actually far more valuable during their e-buff. Because when Suck Sage is e-buff, they're trying to get in there and frag the fuck out because their damage becomes ungodly. But they gotta worry, if there's a bunch of people, they're gonna take a ton of chip, right? And they don't have really good ways to recover their health. So this actually adds away, and any Suck Sage will tell you too, if you put HP per hit add-ons on the Magnus, it actually heals for a decent amount with add-ons. But because you're super armor and you're standing there so long, you still just take a fuckload of damage. Well, now when you're e-buffed and you got a forward guard and you put those add-ons on it, not only will you be able to soak a ton of damage into your forward guard, but you'll also be able to recover some HP. So they actually made it more useful now when a Suck Sage is e-buffed, but less useful when they're not. It's actually not huge damage. It's okay damage. You gotta consider animation time. Suck Sage has so many other abilities that are way better damage. You can't just look at the total damage an ability does. That's not reflective of the damage that it puts out. You also gotta consider the time it takes to put out that damage. And as soon as you factor that in, there's plenty of other better damage abilities than Dimensional. The reason why you see Suck Sages get kills with Dimensional isn't because of Dimensional itself. It's because they'll come in with like a Void Gateway into a Tor's Mark and then drop the Dimensional. And it's the first two abilities that did most of the damage, but Dimensional, right, as soon as it comes out, it does a bunch of rapid hits in between in that animation. So it's good at finishing off those people while being protected, because at that point your blanket SA has fallen off, right? So when you see people getting kills with it, if you actually go back and watch, you'll see that it's the preceding abilities that are doing the majority of the damage. It's not a bad damage ability, it's just... it's very meh. Like I said, it makes it less useful outside of E-buff, but they didn't really use it a ton outside of E-buff anyways, but it becomes significantly more useful while E-buffed. Because now you got that extra buffer. Because they have to get through your forward guard, and you're going to be SA anyways. Funny number? What do you mean funny number? By the way, what's up, budget? Oh, you talking about my level? You better not be. Oh, there we go. Is 21 a funny number?
Yes and no.
Don't look at that number. What? What's so funny about 21? I don't get it. I'm so fucking confused. Did you just ask that? Yeah, I did. Was 10 plus 9? 19? See, you can't even type it properly, Yanni. Nine plus 10 equals 21? There's something fucking wrong with every one of you. Except the lurkers, they're alright. Anybody not participating in this nonsense right now, you guys are alright. The rest of these guys, there's something wrong with you. Wow, you guys are making fun of a kid that's not good at math. Holy Jesus. You guys should be proud of yourselves. That's absolutely super smart. He'll be immortalized as dumb and I'll quote him in my retirement.
Making fun of a kid who's probably like, what, 7 or 8?
I mean, he should know his math, but... God damn you guys. If you want to make fun of a guy, make fun of that old dude who was being asked by a TV reporter about how did it go? It was something about putting quarters into a parking meter, and he's like, "Yeah, they say a quarter takes there's a quarter for every 15 minutes, but to my calculations, 4 quarters isn't an hour." And she's like, "But it is," and he's like, "What?" And he realized how dumb he was. Make fun of that guy because that guy's way too old to be making math mistakes. These buffs to Awaken Kuno feel real fucking good. Yeah, I've been an Awaken Kuno main since forever. It sounds like a first-person memory. Yeah, you're the first person I thought of when thinking of it, Yana, you fucking dumb bitch. Don't make that angry face at me. Yeah, I'm pretty confident it still removes the first hits, like Roshan. Whenever I do it after palm, you can definitely see the palm damage. But then it's just the trickle damage into the closing after. Yeah, see that? Yeah, they should buff the PvE damage of it for sure. It'd be super useful for Suck Sage too for PvE if they did that. For both, obviously, but... One of the biggest issues with Suck Sage is getting back attacks, right? And when you lose that big chunk, you just replace it with another one. If you could do like a palm into it, or an expansion into it, or something like that, right? Then, you know, it would be pretty good at getting that quick back attack damage before the rest of it rips. Oops. Yo, what's up, John? How you doing? We're just back to the normal drops. You're getting the seals again. These things. Where are they? Oh, there they are. You're back to getting these seals. Yeah. The biggest thing, Yanu, there's obviously a ton of stuff. I'm just really curious now is how shallow is everything? Is it deep like the ocean, or is it a fucking puddle? Well, I think you'll definitely get a reasonable amount of time out of it. I think there's no doubt in that. Looks like there's going to be a ton to explore and do. The question is, how is it going to feel doing all of these things? Are you going to want to, right? Because that's kind of the biggest thing with like these open world games where you set out on an adventure. You wake up that morning, you decide to log on the game. You're like, oh, okay, I want to do this today. And then in the process of starting to do that, you get distracted by something else that all of a sudden captures your attention. Now you want to do that more, right? And it's that aspect that makes a game feel like an adventure. So how good is Crimson Desert going to be at doing that? Cat just ranting about Awakened Ninja right now too. He said if you're losing any 1v1s as an Awakened Ninja, you're bad at the game. Oh yeah, Awakened Ninja is... Just think of a striker where you give up a bit of tankiness, right? But you gain more iframes, faster abilities, and more mobility. But it's just as protected. And just spams CCs on you. And because it's faster, obviously, it requires a bit more APM than Striker, right? Striker's pretty comfy in terms of APM. Oh, shit, Wrecking Bones. I'm on Valencia 1. I'm so bad at paying attention in game chat. The thing with Awakened Ninja, I'm not sure everything else they did, but the primary thing they did was they gave it a fucking ton of lingers. Where before, like Ninja, you had to be on top of your inputs, because if you hesitated for a second, you were now opened up to a gap. But now you can linger that shit so much more than you used to be able to, which makes it so much more forgiving. Because that gives you significant, like, when you're new or you're picking up a class, right, you got to sit there and you got to think of what you're going to do next. You got to analyze what your opponent's doing and think of what you want to do next based on that. All the while trying to do that before your ability finishes, because you immediately got to get into it before the animation ends, right? But as soon as they add lingers, now there's that grace period, right, where you can actually sit in the end of the animation, finish your thought, and still stay protected. It dramatically changes how stressful a class can feel in regards to trying to get your inputs out as quickly as possible. Something that's really pissing me off is that dances are character bound. Yeah. It's actually something that's super dumb. Especially when they are clearly designing the game around trying to get people to play multiple classes. Things like that should not be character bound. They need to make like a scroll of equilibrium that moves your dances too. That's the crazy thing, Peach, is for a while there, it felt like they were trying to move away from that, right? They even actively said it, like, when they removed the weapon swaps and added the tag system, they said, okay, we feel like you guys felt our Pearl Shop was predatory, so we're gonna remove the weapon swaps from the Pearl Shop and add the tag system. And then they also did like a ton of quests, like main story quests that start to give you pets, and like they did a really good job with a ton of it, right? And it feels like they just decided to say fuck it. Now they just do not give any fucks about how predatory the Pearl Shop feels. Now they use the login rewards to try to give you that hit to get you addicted to the Pearl Shop. Oh yeah, with family weight, polar bears, as well as maids, individual character weight isn't that big of a deal anymore. It's convenience. People love spending money on stupid shit? Oh yeah. How are you everywhere? Because I like BDO. I like watching other people play, and fucking Cad is going on a rant. I know that this shit could... He's already in a mood, which means if somebody shows up and ganks him, which there's a chance of that, that means we could have some content. If you're not a real man, you're a woman. Oh my god, I can't believe he just said that. He's so fucking goofy. Wait a minute. Are the cakes gone? I haven't cheered for cake at all today. Oh, thank fucking God. Although the cakes were good money. They practically paid for my alchemy stone clicks last week. The 2 weeks of cakes. I swear to God, if this guy gets a fucking red orb before me, this is probably the first time he's touched mobs ever. I swear to God, if he gets a red orb, you better go kill him, Zero. Or Enlave. You go there, and you just one tap him and say Zethian sends his regards if he gets a red orb. No, good, he didn't. Thank God. I'd have been pissed if he got a red one before I did, because this is probably the first time he's touched mobs in 16 years. Who are we talking about, Kedge? Because there's one thing I love while playing my Awakened Sage while grinding underwater, is watching an Awakening Sage grind underwater. Kedge. CJ, yeah. I call him Kedge. You were joking? Oh. Too highbrow for me, Enlave. You gotta remember. You gotta keep the joke simple here. Did Buddy say my name there for a second? Did he call him Bicep the Moose? I think he called him Bicep the Moose. Oh, shit. John, how are you a mod in his channel too? John, is there anywhere you're not a mod? What the fuck? I'm starting to think John's mod in more places than Joe Bell. That's fucking crazy. Wait, did I not grab that quest? Well, I forgot to grab it. I don't know how many seals I got just from grinding then. 600 already. Like download free RAM? No. Just a website you set up an account on. They have little milestones that if you hit them in games, you get credits on their site, right? Obviously these games are paying them to drive traffic to their game. And then they kick back some of that money they're getting from the game back to you for hitting those milestones. But it's not a thing you have to download. You just set up an account on a website, and then when you go to download a game, it'll get you to use a QR code to initiate the download, right? You just scan it with your phone, and then that'll basically link it to the website, your game to the website, so this way it knows when you get those milestones. And then once you accumulate $25 worth of credits, you can cash out. There's a variety of different ways to cash out. The very first game you install after setting up your account, you immediately get $10 credit. Most useful treasure item? Archaeologist map. But if you're thinking of using your paint on something, that's not what I would use my paint on. Oh, Krogdalo, yeah. Krogdalo's a weird one. Technically it's a treasure item, but I don't know. I don't really consider it a treasure item. It's not something that, it's just something that's given to you once you basically get 3 horses. But, yeah, if you're thinking about using your paint, I wouldn't personally use the paint on the archaeologist map, even though it is the most useful treasure item. I think the paint should be used for the most annoying treasure pieces to potentially saving you from having to do those awful grinds. Like, I'd probably use all of my paint on the paddocks piece, because that is the most annoying thing, and I think it's, I don't know, it could be a long time before they ever revamp that spot. Wow. Sounds like a Reddit. Sounds like a Reddit post. Thinks you're weird for not having a tracking app to know where your significant other is at all times. So, I think it depends on the intent. So, if you have an app on your phone that tracks your significant other, I just got like 4 messages back to back. How much you want to guess? How much do you want to bet it's Nikki? Oh, it is it actually. Oh my god, John. Okay, so back what I was saying. If you have an app specifically for the purpose of tracking your significant other, then you have trust issues, and relationships are built on trust. If you don't trust your partner, then what are you even doing with your partner? But my wife and I we have, what is that app called? And my daughters too. We're all part of an app thing with our phones called, what is it called? Find Hub or Family Link? So if one of my kids or my wife misplaced their phone, or if I misplace my phone, you can actually ping the phone and it'll actually show the location, as well as you can make the phone start playing an audible sound even if everything is muted. So technically we could use that to track each other, but no, we only ever use it. At least I only ever use it when somebody's like, "Dad, can you ping my phone? I can't find it." But yeah, if you're using it to actively track your partner because you don't trust them, that's fucked up. That means you got a fucked up relationship. Yeah. This is the thing, right, Kanjar? Is if... Yeah, I don't care where my wife is. I just know what time roughly she gets home, and if she's not home around that time, I'm gonna wait a bit longer. I'm not gonna immediately jump to conclusions and start checking her whereabouts. That's kind of schizo. But if all of a sudden it's 30 minutes or an hour later, I'm not gonna go check her phone. I'm just gonna shoot her a message and say, "Hey, what's up?" And then she'll probably be like, "Oh yeah, running a little late, my client showed up late, I'll be home shortly," right? But I'm not immediately checking her whereabouts. And then, you know what? If I message her now 30 minutes after my message, I still don't get a message back, then maybe I'd consider it and be like, "Oh shit." Have a thing on our vehicle too called like Blue Link or something like that too, where you can actually track the vehicle. But that's primarily useful because it's connected via satellite. I can remotely start my vehicle and change settings in the vehicle from, you know, basically anywhere. As long as I'm within a cell service, right? I don't know. I think it also depends on their relationship too, Kanjara. I think there's a little bit of nuance from the other side of it, right? I don't imagine there's a lot of these people, but I imagine there's some people out there who it gives them a level of comfort knowing that their spouse could, like, maybe they're paranoid or anxious or whatnot, and maybe they want their spouse to be able to figure out where they are at any time because it gives them like a feeling of security. So I think that's a potential nuance, but I think that's going to be rare. That's going to definitely be an outlier. It said you were in the ocean. Just visiting my good friend Davy Jones. He's got a lot of shit in his locker. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Definitely based off past experiences, right? Somebody might have been through a traumatic experience and they have a level of comfort knowing that, you know, their spouse can know where they're at all times. It gives them a layer of comfort because of those past traumatic experiences they've been in. So, yeah, there's definitely some nuance and some outlying situations where it's definitely not weird, but those are definitely going to be outliers. Instantly, oh god. You know what they say too, and this obviously isn't always true, but typically people who are if they become overly concerned about their spouse cheating, it's oftentimes a sign of guilt because they're potentially doing it themselves. I think it's next week. Zivarath. Yeah, it's probably not a good idea, Kanjar. That's a good restraint there. That could become an HR moment. Not worth it. Feels like no matter what on-screen chat I use, there's always an issue with it. Root scroll? Oh, appreciate you. Yeah. There actually already is a cosmetic that changes skills. It's the Gravekeeper outfit. It actually changes your 100%. They have bats and stuff around it. So they already have the capabilities of doing that in the game. I don't know why they haven't used that more. But yeah, we already have an example of them doing that. Actually, I wonder if it adds bats to the newer classes, or if that's only on older classes that existed when they added that outfit. Or maybe those newer classes just don't have the Gravekeeper outfit? I wonder if Wukong has Gravekeeper. Newest class with it is Hash. No classes after that have it? Wukong was out the last time we had Halloween, so I feel like Wukong should have it available. What's that coupon code give us? I think 1,000 crons. I think that's what I got from it. Oh, no, you're right. That was character bound emotes. Where did I get 1,000 crons from? I know I got 1,000 crons from something. The fuck? El Pinto outfit? You know what I'm waiting for, Mario? I want them to give everybody the Etheria Marine hat, because I want that hat on my Sage so fucking bad. I love that hat on my Warrior. Log it in! Give me those emotes! That hat is nuts. I love that hat. Wearing that hat with the Gravekeeper outfit, that was my jam. I remember when they first added that shit. The hat was temporary too, because normally it's the Etheria Romance hat, but once a year during the Termian event, they would bring the Marine hat back. And I remember the first time they did it, I got the hat, and then it went away, and I had so many people asking me, like, yo, where'd you get that hat? That outfit looks sick. That drip is nuts. Even people in the Warrior Discord, yo, anybody know what drip Zethian's wearing? That shit looks sick. I was rocking it with the red too, so I looked like Mr. Bison. shit was awesome. But yeah, the last class to get that. Got 2 of those. The last class to get that was, I think it was Lawn. I think every class after Lawn, they stopped making that hat. Okay, we got a little yellow action. Could this be it? Is today the day? Yeah, the diving mask was exclusive. The diving mask actually disappeared because it was part of the Termine event, and then as soon as they added the diving suit, they stopped giving away the diving mask. You couldn't get it anymore, so it seemed like it was going to be an exclusive item that like was not exclusive, but what do they call that when an item no longer exists? There's a word for it. No red. But yeah, it looked like it was going to be one of those items that would never be obtainable again. But then they ended up doing like a calendar event or something, some token event, something a limited item, limited edition, something like that. But yeah, then they ended up doing that where everybody could get it. It was like, oh, okay. Well, now this super cool thing is now no longer cool because everybody has it. A legacy. Legacy is the word I was looking for. Same thing with the Eyes of the Wise too, right? Like all the original items, if you made the class within the first month of it coming out, you got like really cool items. Like Guardian got a horn, Sage got Eyes of the Wise. Like these things were cool too, because it showed that you made the class when it first came out. And then they end up later doing an event where you could get it again. It's like, oh my god, Pearl Abyss, do you not understand? Like, it's frustrating when they do that because it makes me not have FOMO about it anymore. It's like whenever they add something to the game and they're like, oh yeah, this is a limited thing. You know, all they're doing is preying on your FOMO because Pearl Abyss's version of limited is not actually limited. It means, yeah, it's not in the shop 24/7. It'll be there though the next time they want a little bit of money from it. They'll do it again in a year or two. Wait, could you get Eyes of the Wise after the first month? Yeah, not too long ago there was an event where you could get a Eyes of the Wise, you could get the Guardian Horn. Basically all those class exclusive items were available again. Yeah, they also did it with Shoedad too. Shoedad was part of like pre-ordering, right? And or buying like the initial Conquerors pack, and then you weren't supposed to get it again, and then later they ended up bringing it back. They technically brought back a different version, but it's basically the same thing. They only seem to do class exclusive outfits now on a class release, and then after that it just starts becoming part of the generic outfits. It's not like the old day. It's actually crazy when you look at Warrior. Warrior got absolutely spoiled with outfits compared to any other class in the game. It felt like every other new outfit they added to the game was for Warrior, for like the first year of the game. OPA drops another fishing rod for the Crimson Desert launch? Me too. Me too. There's another really weird thing that happened the other day too, chat, that makes me think that somebody, maybe Perlibus, maybe not, but somebody's botting the whole BDO category. Because the other day, you know how I was having those issues and I kept restarting the stream to fix shit and try out new things with like the 2K streaming and stuff like that? Well, like normally when I just start up the stream, normally I have my normal growth, right, up to about where we're at now. This is around where I sit average. My average for the month is like 600, but, you know, that's obviously an anomaly because of the events and stuff that's been going. This is a more realistic average. Well, that one stream, at the very beginning of the stream, I like went online and offline multiple times in a row because I was adjusting things because like Kick wasn't working and then I had issues with YouTube and I was trying to set up this and that. And I don't know what it was, but I like peaked at 100 and it just would not go above that. And it made me think that, is there something weird that is going on in the category where if you go offline and online multiple times, even at the very beginning of the stream, it affects the flow into your channel? Because there's no rational reason why that would happen. It was the weirdest thing. The only thing that maybe that I could potentially explain it with is I was trying to stream at 2K that day, right? And maybe there's a lot of people who like to lurk in the video category for drops, but maybe they have issues watching 2K streams, and instead of figuring it out or turning the quality down, they just leave and go somewhere else. That's the only rational explanation. So I did the last 2 days without the 2K stream. I think tomorrow I'm going to set it back up to stream at 2K again, especially now that I solved the issue on my end, or at least figured out what the issue is on my end. So I don't have to worry about it crashing. Knock on wood, famous last words. But I might be able to test that theory to explain it, right? Because that's the only rational reason to explain it, in my opinion. You were capped for lack of old man rants? Oh, I was ranting. I was just ranting about tech stuff that day. What would be the lowest AP someone could do, Sycraia? I'm not sure. Oh, did the quest reset? I should probably get out there and do that again if it reset. Okay, yeah, definitely get out there and do that. 8 more minutes. What character did I move out there? I think I have my Deadeye out there, right? I know I ran... No, I ran my Warrior out there. That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, so tomorrow, I think tomorrow I'm going to try that 2K thing. And, we'll see. Because I would like to stream at 2K, and now that I figured out what the issue is with the crashing and how it's Chrome related, still blows my mind. Not that it's just Chrome related, that makes more sense, but the fact that I have to be signed into Chrome. If I'm in incognito or in guest mode, then it works fine. And if I make a brand new profile and sign in, then it breaks again. It's the weirdest fucking thing, but I'm liking Brave. I'm actually already like fully integrated into Brave. I moved everything over, all my extensions, all that shit. I'm fully set up with it. Brave definitely feels snappier than Chrome. I'm liking Brave so far. I wish I got on this shit earlier. Is it overall better? So far. So far. I've had 0 issues with it. It feels snappier. I think it has a built-in ad blocker. I'm still learning about it. I honestly I don't do a lot on my PC other than play BDO and set up shit for my stream, or occasionally watch another stream on my side monitor, pay bills, stuff like that. I can't leave Chrome until there's a password manager that carries over to Android apps. Well, I use LastPass, and that worked on both Chrome and Brave. Although there was information initially, and I thought that this was going to be a deal breaker for me, that LastPass wouldn't work on there, but I installed it and it's been working fine. So I don't know. LastPass has been working great for me. And yeah, I use it on my, I use LastPass on my phone as well. I have a Samsung phone. Just remember your passwords. That would be nice if they didn't make me use 16 fucking different random characters and uppercase and lowercase and all that shit for every single one of them, and didn't force me to change it every 3 fucking months. Holy shit. They made it impossible to remember that shit. But I do feel way more secure. Every single password now is completely random numbers and letters. And in order to log into LastPass, you need to use an authenticator. So you'd have to have my phone in your hand to get onto my LastPass account. And there's a password on my phone that's different from all my other passwords too. So there's so many layers of protection. I definitely feel way more secure. As long as LastPass doesn't end up fucking getting hacked or some shit. I write my passwords on a sticky note. That's legit my parents, and it pisses me off so much. They will just they'll rip off a scrap piece of paper off like a piece of mail they got. They'll write a password and then they'll stuff it in a fucking drawer. And then they'll call me, I can't figure out what my router password is. So that's what I did, Valkia. I got a little black book now that there's a page dedicated to all my parents' passwords. And we have a page for my kids. I have my passwords in there, so if something were to ever happen to me, my wife would know how to get onto my PayPal and all that shit. It's our little black book. Guess what, too? Stuffed into the bottom of my underwear drawer, I found a envelope, and it said Merry Christmas Christopher on it, and there was $50 in it. I'm pretty sure it was my mom. I'm pretty sure she just fucking snuck into my room when she was here on Christmas and stuffed it in my drawer and just hasn't said anything. My mom was in my underwear drawer. Yeah, taking a big whiff. That'd be so gross. Now she knows it takes 3 months for you to change underwear. Yeah. No, the only thing she would spot in my underwear drawer, well, aside from my underwear, is about 200 pairs of plain white socks. I hate having fancy socks. I just have plain white socks, because you know what the best part of it is? You don't have to worry about sitting around matching socks. I am so sick and tired of feeling like I'm playing Go Fish with socks. That shit is so annoying. Nothing but white socks. And maybe a couple pairs of black socks for when I'm like going out somewhere and I'm dressing up, right? People that gift socks are terrorists. People who gift mugs are also terrorists. Because now you got to figure out, like, especially when you have a completely... My daughter was given... You know what? I got to go grab it. I got to show you guys. This shit pissed me off so much. I got to show you guys this fucking mug. This is gonna piss you guys off. Okay. My camera set up 1 second. Oh, gift box. Let's do that real quick. Okay. So look at this fucking mug. Look at this shit. It's fucking cute, okay? It's a cute mug. But the ear is like, you can't even get your hand properly around the handle because of this ear. Second, let me... Actually, holy shit. Spawned right in the chest. Okay. You can't even drink out of it because the ear is in your way. No matter which hand well, you kind of can with this. So now you're forced to use it with your left hand because of the fucking ears. Also, look how fucking curved the inside is. So, like, you could have this shit like this, and it's still not coming out of it because it's so curved from the inside. You would have to, like, grab it by the fucking ears and drink out of it. It is such an impractical mug. And look at the size of this fucker! This thing is like, it takes up the real estate of 3 fucking mugs! Maybe it's a flower pot? Then why the fuck does it have a handle? This shit pisses me off. It's too short. Pens would fall out of it. The only thing you can put in this thing is like change. That's it. Oh, it pisses me off. People who gift shit like that, they front row to hell. Okay, don't I gotta type some shit? Arrow. It's amazing. Take it back. Don't get me wrong. Stitch is cute. My youngest daughter absolutely loves Stitch. Like, everything in her room is Stitch. Stitch, Stitch, Stitch. And that's what makes this mug even worse, is I will never, ever be able to get rid of this now. And it has become a permanent fixture of my cupboard. Like that. That's it. Video's next collaboration. All the free pay to win shit. Just notice there's a choose your life skill fit box. Huh. That's, you're talking about like the clothes, right? Like processing clothes, training clothes, farming clothes, that type of stuff. I actually don't have the hunter's outfit. Maybe I need to pick that box up, because I actually don't have that for my hunter. Yeah. The Marnie processing fuel made sense for the tagging system originally because of the way crystals were implemented in the game, right? Because the crystals went in your gear. If it was free to just individually and taking your armor gear was free, right? The cost was specifically dictated by the weapons. So if you lost a weapon, a crystal and a piece of armor, and they didn't have that, you would have been able to just retag it instantly for free, right? So that's why they added that Marnie processing fuel and added a cost to it. So you couldn't basically use the tag system as insurance for your crystals. But now, right, now that crystals are just in their own window, that whole system is completely obsolete. Now it's just straight up a cash grab and inconvenience. I think that is one area, as well as the ferry is another area where they could do tons of quality of life to improve how shitty those systems feel, how predatory they feel. Yeah. Also give us family-based fitness skills too. These fitness skills should be family-based, not character-based. It's the main reason why I don't grind on another Sage, just because I want to get my breath up, my health up, and all that stuff, and I can't work on it unless I'm on that character. They should reset them to 0. How about we reset your account to 0? Just you. How about that instead?
Yeah, now I'm waiting for the thing to wear off before I talk. Make you
Waste your points, John. That's what you get. Well, Dukes has like an hour and a half to show up. An hour and 20 minutes. Otherwise, he forfeits. Where the hell is Dukes? I think we just start canceling the bum fights. Both these guys have lost interest in it, clearly. Be like, now it's just an inconveniencing thing. It's inconveniencing them and it's inconveniencing me. Wage a new war, fire up the propaganda machine. Who could we start shit with? Or start shit between? Cadge and Bingy. I heard they had at it. They were arguing in Corgi's chat, were they? When was this? Yesterday? Maybe I need to pull up the chat logs. Let's see. Okay, 1933 versus 1910. I see the same. Let me get off to the side here. I see the same shrine buffs. Let me pull these up side by side. Okay, see the horse buffs. You also have a 4 DP difference too. That might be a hint. Okay, I see church buff, I see house buff, I see villa, I see Vel. Looks like okay, one. So one thing I can see here, two things that are raising. Well, first, actually, let me look in game first. Let me see what Kuno has. Okay, first things first. So your Sage is level 66, so that immediately gives you 2 more AP. Level 63 and level 65 give you 1 hidden AP each. Every odd level gives you hidden AP. So that's 2 AP. As for passives, let me see what Kuno has. Kuno has an AP passive here. Is it every single level? Yeah. Then it's like every other, right? Okay, so there's some AP there. I don't know if you're suck or not, so I can't really count this in. I don't see an AP passive, so 20 of the AP here, I'm going to assume, is from this passive on Sage. Augmentation. Sage has a 20 AP passive here. So maybe this combined, what was the AP difference again? Yeah, that adds up. We're actually still missing 1 AP somewhere. I don't see a passive that can account for this. Although, God, I hate the fact that does this. What is this shit, BDO? There we go. This doesn't give AP. So maybe, how much was that for Kuno? Maybe that offsets a bit. But it does seem to be primarily because of this, potentially because of this passive. One second, let me take a look at Kuno. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So you get 12 AP from there. Sage has 20 AP, so that's a difference of 8 AP. Do you have Skilled Hunter leveled up on the Kuno? I can't really check that, but this could be contributing to it as well. I'm assuming you do. One thing too that I can't really tell by one of those screenshots. Let me pull them both up here. Okay. So we have Sage and we have Kuno behind it. So on the Kuno here, sorry, on the Sage here, there's some buff that's cut off down here. I don't know if that's a self buff or what. Self buffs are on the bottom. No, they're on the top. They're above your buff bars, so that would be a debuff. But I don't know what that is. But that is not there on this screenshot. Sorry. On this screenshot on the Kuno. Right? So I don't know what that is being cut off. It could be the food debuff, yeah, for popping the food. But potential answer there. It's just so little of it that I can't really tell. Yeah, but other than the level, right? Oops. On my wrong screen here. Other than the level here, like I said, every odd level gives you that, and a bit from the passive. That doesn't account for all of it, though. So maybe there's a self buff somewhere else. But you would see the self buffs on the bar, right? Because self buffs go up here. And there's nothing there on either of the two pictures. I guess the only other thing that's not being shown to us is crystals. Maybe there's a slight crystal difference on one. Or artifacts. I guess we can't see that either. The fact there's also a 4 DR difference as well. I think it was 4 or was it 5? But there's also a DR difference there too. Why am I getting chunked so hard right now? Hello? Oh, that's why I'm getting chunked so hard. I bought consumables earlier, but I forgot to put them in my bag. Or at least I thought I did. Wait, where the fuck are they? Didn't I buy consumables earlier? Where's your problem? Could be missing 9 from not. Oh, reforges as well. Yeah. So yeah, definitely check your reforges. Check your crystals. Check your light stones and artifacts. These days, most of my silver, I guess, gets spent on buying costumes or my every 5 days my alchemy stone clicks. Yeah, tagging will copy the artifacts, yeah, but I don't think they will apply the reforges. I'm pretty sure reforges are character based, not weapon based, right? Even though you use your weapons to unlock them, I'm pretty sure you still have to go and hit apply. I'm a genius? No, I forgot about that. Who said that? Somebody else in chat said that. Sarwin did. Sarwin's the genius. I'll take credit. You would, wouldn't you, Ryan? Okay. Oh, so when did that little yap fest between CJ or Kaj and Bingy happen? Was that yesterday? I need to go find that in Corgi's VOD. It sounds like it could be content. Oh, you already linked it. Yo! Hell yeah. I'm gonna watch it on my side monitor. Or I guess read it on my side monitor. First thing I hear Corgi mention is Ninja. Now I know that this conversation is between Ninja and... Yeah. Hey, where's Bingy? I don't see his messages at all. I like Bingy, but he will irrationally defend any class. He did that shit with Zerk when it was busted. There's no doubt in my mind that he'll irrationally defend Ninja right now. I don't see Bingy typing at all, though. Are you sure you meant Bingy? Oh, okay, so we got like another 30 seconds till Bingy enters the chat. Gotcha. How's Awakened Ninja at grinding? Average? Okay. Cheeks? Okay. Not how does it feel grinding. How is it grinding? Because I know there's some classes that are higher APM and they pull average numbers, but it's a lot of effort for average numbers, so people are like, no, it's the worst grinder ever. Okay. Let's take a look what Garmoth says. Well, I still haven't logged into my Garmoth account on Brave. Got a link to my Discord. Now I need my authenticator. Okay. 7932. Oh, fuck, it just changed on me. 506-854. Don't hack me, you guys. You got 30 seconds. Okay, authorize. Okay, it's taking forever to log in. Okay, there we go. Let's see, global grind. Sycraia underwater. See. Awakened Sage. There's 0. For Awakened Ninja, it says 0. There's not a single hour reported on Awakening Ninja at underwater. Jesus. That's a bad sign. Let's check Zephyros. There we go, Awakened Ninja. Isn't that far behind Awakened Sage. They're within 5% of each other. At Zephyros. Okay, let's check the next spot. Star's End. I feel like Awakened Sage will probably be better at this one. Awakened Sage is pretty solid at Star's End. Yeah, Awakened Ninja is near the bottom, but so few hours reported. Okay, what about... Let's check out Tenebrom. Wait, Ninja Awakening is actually higher than Suck at Tenebrom. It's actually almost neck and neck with Awakening Sage. Wait, anywhere where there's a reasonable... Well, I guess there's not really a reasonable amount of hours. There's still only 92 on Awakened Ninja there. I have a feeling that Awakened Ninja is an okay grinder. It's just people are like, why put in more effort to be an okay grinder when I could just play Suck Ninja and be a great grinder? That's probably the thing about it. Awakened Ninja is pretty cool. Even Mazap's in Corgi's chat and he's like, yeah. Even dentheads can manage ninja stamina now. That's the hardest thing about being a Sage fighting ninja, is you're fighting every match on a timer. They will, if they are even half ninja, they will run you out of stamina every time, and it forces you to have to play more closely to them. Because if you just play the normal way, they'll just fucking run you out of stamina every time. Wait, what is Bingy even saying here? He literally is typing in all caps. He's like, every skill, if you angle it, it will CC a forward guard. And then Scum says, Bingy, you won't CC forward guard with heart and soul, so it's not every skill. And then he's like, I know! It's like, well, what the fuck did you just previously say then, Bingy? What the hell? Oh, goddamn. Can you place a container in a manner to access storages? You can, yeah, but other, like your guild members can't use it, only you can. Yeah, probably is, Utoka. The Adonia Crystal isn't just good for the damage output, but once you get above caps, the Adonia Crystal is really good for buffing your DR to make grinds more comfortable. And that DR applies everywhere. Like, I'm using an Adonia Crystal here, just for the DP, because I'm already over the cap. Kind of hungry, chat. Where the hell is Dukes at? Dukes! Time for first lunch? Yeah. I haven't eaten today. I've been up for 5 hours now. I've had a cup of coffee. I mean, I guess I lied. I had a piece of toast. Or chat. I didn't mean to lie. I forgot I had a piece of toast. I got like 6 tater tots left in the fridge. I'm thinking of throwing those in the air fryer. Make a couple eggs. And maybe cook a little bit of spinach. Have that for lunch. Hey, there's Dukes. Yo, there we go. Do you have time for me to make food, Dukes? Dragor said to message him when you show up. I don't know if you're in a hurry, but I'd prefer to go get some food ready. I was just about to do that. Oh, look at that, a third of the way to 66. But yeah, if you're in a hurry, I could just message him now. Looks like Bingy or maybe CJ got timed out, so the chat is gone. Oh, I just heard Corgi say, why do I got 9 DMs as soon as they both got banned? Oh, it's even worse, he says. Oh, he posted a picture. Look what you guys did. Poor Corgi. Yeah, no problem. I got a phone call to make anyways. Okay, cool. I'll be back. Oh, hey, I'm back. I messaged Dragor while I was upstairs. Let him know. What are you guys chatting about? What did I tell you guys about talking while I'm gone? Okay, it no longer says he's away, though. It says he's online, so they're probably just getting ready. Give me time to eat my lunch. How good the buffs for Kuno? From what I understand, they're pretty good. Makes me want to fuck around with it. Just to better understand it, you know? You go outside? What's up, Nikki? Man, tater tots are amazing. While I was upstairs cooking, I deboned some chicken thighs. I love having the skin on the chicken thighs, but you can't buy like boneless with skin chicken thighs. Either boneless, skinless, or bone with skin. So I just buy them and I debone them myself. You love eating things off the bone? Yeah, sure, you could pay a butcher to do it, or you could do it yourself. It takes 2 seconds instead of paying them $30 an hour to do it. $40 an hour to do it. One of your best ways to save money, chat, buy whole chickens in bulk and portion it yourself. 30? What do you mean 30? Do you not realize butchers make decent money? You're paying for at least their wage, you know? Do you know how that works? Takes you 2 seconds to do it yourself, and I promise you.
Hey, I'm Dragor. Why do I always come in
It's
here
definitely
to
worth
this
your
guy
time to do it
eating?
yourself.
Why is he always eating? Why am I wimping out on bump fights? I just don't get it.
That was delicious. Yeah, butchering your own chickens is one of the best ways to save money. You wait till the chickens are on sale. Like every now and then I'll see it like the grocery store. They'll have like a package of 3 chickens for $24 Canadian, right? That's like $17, $18 American. And I'll buy like 9 fucking chickens when that happens. And then I'll just bring them home and I'll portion them all myself. And you just you start looking at now how much you pay, like you portion it per meal, and you look at how much you actually are spending per meal now. You're like, holy crap, I just saved so much fucking money versus buying them in the, you know, the pre-packaged cuts. And it doesn't take me a long time to butcher up 9 chickens and portion it and debone what I want to bone. But like with 9 chickens, you get like a good meal of wings. You have 18 chicken breasts, right? So you can portion them out like 4 if you're a family of 4 a piece. It's a lot of boning, yeah. But it takes me like an hour, and then once you factor in the savings versus buying everything prepackaged versus butchering it yourself, you're like, holy fuck, you effectively just paid yourself like $30 for that hour worth of savings you just made. $30-$40. Like, oh man, chicken was so expensive right after COVID because at the same time there was, or maybe it wasn't COVID, it was something else. But there was like a bird flu that was going on at the same time, and a whole bunch of chickens in North America had to be slaughtered. And chicken, everything chicken, that was part of the reason why eggs were so expensive at the time too. Is because, yeah, there was that avian flu at the same time. It was all Trump's fault, yeah. He wasn't wearing a mask around the chickens. I guess we'll hop back on. Oh, I guess I'll do my farms first. Maybe by then, Dragor will show up and Dukes will be off the phone. And that's funny from both sides too, because people tried to explain the expensive cost of eggs and stuff on Trump. And then when prices went down, Trump tried to take credit for it. Like he's the one that replaced all the chickens. Both sides were so dumb when it came to that. Both sides were so fucking dumb. It just goes to show how much people are desperately trying to politicize things, right? Whenever things are going good, they want to take credit. Whenever things are going bad, they want to point fingers. The reality of the situation is neither of them were relevant in it. So we got Dukes ready. Dragor has... Oh, I didn't breed those mushrooms. I harvested them. I'm probably going to make a ton of money. 30,000 a mushroom? Holy shit, one harvest. Let's see how much money, chat. What? 5 mil? You telling me I could be making silver from these? Just think. My farming could cover my consumable. No, I guess it wouldn't. Half my consumables. 247,000. That's what I normally do with them. I was obviously just kidding. Oh. I knew Ninja was bullshit, Divios, but man, yesterday it really showed me how bullshit it was. I was thinking Ninja was like, yeah, it's strong. But holy fuck, actually playing a good Ninja versus a bad Ninja, it is insane how much of a difference it is. This is how it felt, Divios. Tell me if you feel like this is a fair characterization. Fighting a ninja feels like fighting an awakened striker, except the ninja isn't as tanky, but the ninja is faster, has more iframes, and has a ranged grab, and is better at punishing forward guards. Like, the spiral on Striker feels so much more manageable to avoid. Where that little fucking they do through the air, I think it's a float. That shit feels so much more difficult to avoid. And they'll argue like they have to get angles on you, or with spiral you don't. But that's true for a lot. That's true for impaling flash too. If you have somebody directly in front of you with their block and you do impaling directly at them, you're not going to CC them. You have to hit the angles. Oh, is it the same thing with spiral too? Yeah, so then never mind. Oh yeah, if you're right on their head when you use impaling as a sage, you go through them. It doesn't even like connect with them at all. It's kind of annoying. But yeah, it just feels like a faster, more iframey striker. Oh yeah? I pitied my 5th armor piece. It's crazy that I finally have my 2nd hex. Kanjara finished his 4th Oct. Kanjara and I are like opposites of each other. I think Kanjara might actually be the luckiest person with his armors. I don't know if there's anybody luckier than him. Kanjara's the yin to my yang. Actually, which one's the dark? Because I'm obviously the dark. The yang to my yin? I don't know. I don't know which is which. Do you ever stop grinding? Just to fuck your mother. Fair. I'm kidding. Your mother's an angel. She wouldn't settle for me. Wait, what's going on? There's a rat here. Oh my god, get out of here, rat. I mean, to be fair, I guess I was eating. I don't know if he started just as I started and we started on opposite sides. No, I find grinding relaxing. Just gives me something to do while I chill and we shoot the shit and we talk. If there were other things in the daytime to do and make silver, I'd be doing those. But unfortunately, during my stream schedule, which is 9 to 3, there is nothing to do in BDO but this. There. Now it says Dragor's in away mode again. Message him again. Got 20 minutes. I don't know. Dukes. It feels like both of you guys have kind of lost interest in this. Although he did make you wait all week. This might be the end of bum fights, chat. Last one, winner takes all. That's the thing, is he's gonna be pissed. We do that. He's gonna be like, well, I'm one win away. How come he gets it? Just off of one win, and then I gotta listen to him cry about it. You'll be the stand-in? No, they're supposed to be fighting right now. Dragor message, today was the final day, right? Whoever doesn't show up today forfeits. Dragor was here earlier, and he's like, message me when Dukes shows up. I told Dukes yesterday, I said, dude, you gotta show up at least an hour before I end my stream, so we have time to do this. If you show up right at 2, then that's gonna count as a forfeit. And Dukes is here. I mean, he showed up 15 minutes ago, so that's ample time. I messaged Dragor, he's now not responding, so... We'll give him time. I mean, he has another 18 minutes. I'll even give him the quarter after. I'll even give an extra 15 minutes, so... Otherwise, he's gonna cry like a baby. Will Dark Prince costume ever be given away for free in an event? Is that the outfit I'm wearing right now? Is that called the Dark Prince? Oh yeah, it is. Will it ever be given away for free? I don't know. Maybe one day. Ooh. My wife wants to change her hair color. When her and I first started dating, she was a brunette, but then she went blonde for many, many years. I don't know if she's gonna go back. I'm gonna tell her, go bright orange, so if I ever need a parking cone, I can have you stand in the parking lot. Let's see how she responds to that. Wait, I think she's just ignoring me. She's just sending me pictures now of the different colors she wants to do. Oh, she's typing? She's typing? Wait, no, the dots disappeared. Ha ha ha, no, I will never be orange. Damn it, she didn't take the bait. Fuck. Bad bait, bad bait. What else could I say? Go purple. So when you are in a store, the employees will be afraid that you will want to talk to their manager. See what she says to that. She just said no. She oh my gosh, she didn't even type anything else, just N-O. She's unimpressed. Like, I gotta stop fucking around. Both of those... Hey, uh-oh, she's typing again. I better type this first. Both of those pictures you sent look great. Whew, got it out before she finished her next message. Now she's got to read that before she hits enter. Oh, she said, I want to go natural colors. Yeah, I was just fucking around. I prefer the natural colors too. Will the carpet match the drapes? Ah, shit. Chat, I'd like to let you know that we had a good run. If I don't show up tomorrow, you know why. Oh, she's not even responding anymore. She's sick of my bullshit. Okay, wait, never mind. She saw it. Dot, 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 dot. She's typing. She responded, but I can't tell you what she said. It's not appropriate, chat. She about to put Nair in your shampoo. The thing is that wouldn't bother me at all. Because I don't have to look at me. She has to look at me. She married me. I ain't trying to attract a mate. I'm her mate. And now if I'm out there looking like an egg, she's got to be seen with somebody who looks like an egg. You know, that's a punishment for her. Well, it was weird. It said Dragor was away. I sent him the message, and then all of a sudden it lit up and said he was there. Said he was online briefly. And then now it says away again. So I feel like he read it. Let's see, maybe he's in the viewer list. No, I don't see him in the viewer list. I saw a, I can't remember what it was. It was a short or a compilation on one of the video websites. And it was of dudes, right when their wives or their girlfriends leave, they message their girlfriend or their wife and say, hey, she just left. You can come over now. And then they record their wives or girlfriends running back into the house. And this shit was funny as hell. I tell you what, man, those Latina girlfriends, that's not a game you want to play with them. I'm pretty sure some dudes died in that prank. How long we got? Went to get lunch? We are, I have an hour and 5 minutes left, and then I got to go pick up the kids. The OG show called Cheaters when it first came out. They straight skipped Jerry Springer and went straight to the trailer parks. I never saw that. That sounds amazing. I love Jerry Springer. Yeah. So Dukes and Dragor is here. Like I said, I have an hour and 5 minutes. Normally they don't take that long, but that's usually because one of them is being impatient, right? One's playing a little more kitey, and then the other one's just like, fuck it, I don't want to wait, and just keeps rushing headfirst into it. So this time, maybe there will be a little bit more patience, which could draw out the fights longer. Could draw them out a lot longer. Oh, you actually went to get lunch. Oh, gotcha, okay. I thought maybe you're like upstairs or something. Oh, yeah. I mean, drive safe. Don't get in a car accident. Seeing a lot of Kunos. Yeah, Kunos are kind of up huge from what I hear. How good is Kuno at grinding? Maybe it's time for me to pull up the toilet seat. Yeah, if one of you guys are losing interest in doing this, that's fine. I mean, we don't have to keep doing it. It's starting to feel, because this one got dragged on, like it's getting cumbersome. But Awaken Kuno is really good. Shit, and that's the one that just got buffed. Maybe I'm gonna Awaken Kuno, chat. Maybe it's time to take that to underwater, get the muscle memory built up for the abilities. Maybe I'm gonna Awaken Kuno. Could also make it go from a week to a month, or maybe just make it so it's a channel points thing. Make it so it's like 10,000 channel points to challenge the current winner, and then anybody can compete. $10,000 would be cumbersome for you. Could make it a little bit more expensive, maybe 20k. I don't know, people like to spend their points on a lot of shit, and I feel like most of the people who do save up a ton of points probably wouldn't be interested in doing it. Just have Calb challenge and then nobody ever does it again. I don't know. Can always adjust later, yeah. Maybe create like a system where every consecutive win the defender gets, the price gets increased, so it becomes more and more expensive to challenge them. That might end up getting to the point where nobody's challenged a person because it just costs too many points. Maybe do it reverse. It's more expensive at first, and then as they get consecutive wins, it gets cheaper and cheaper. It would be cool to have something that's a little more... Because, like, it is only a matter of time before either Drago or Dukes get bored of this shit, or they feel like it's cumbersome, right? So it would be kind of cool to have something that's also a little more interesting for the viewers when you have new people. Ugh. My rich yet? Always. Rich with all these wonderful friends in my chat. Don't be gross. This is a new me, new tone, new year. What's up, Klish? You were studying the last 2 hours? Apparently the answer to the question is 21. Yeah, I wonder. Like I said, there's lots of stuff that Pearl Abyss shows. Every trailer has new shit. I'm just wondering how much depth there is to the game. It could look like an ocean, but it could be as deep as a puddle, you know? And we won't find out for a week. But we're only a week away, chat. In fact, 7 days and 4 hours from now, assuming there's no issues, we'll be logging in. Let's do this. Yo, let's go. Okay. Let's do it, chat. Let's do it. It's go time. Let's do it. Don't you have to go off channel to not have it? Come to Valencia 1, you guys. Or Serenia 5? Okay, fine. Serenia 5. He's already there. Serenia 5 it is. There we go. We got the Warrior versus the Seraph. This is the matchup I wanted to see last week. I think Seraph still has an edge, but just based on grab. I don't think it's massive. Grab is a good dope. I got everything set up, so you guys can go when you're ready. We got one ready up. 2-minute prediction. Cool. Get your predictions in. They're both ready. And here we go. Dukes pops his E-buff. Immediately going at him. I didn't see whose grab that was. I think that was Duke's grab. Maybe it was Dragor's. I feel like Dukes would have grabbed him right after that. Yeah, there's... Okay. Doesn't get the down smash there. Okay. First one on the board for Dragor. Nope. Dukes gets away. Getting some HP. Dragor's going to go for the trades. Try to finish him off. Dukes misses a grab. Dukes doing little things to get a little bit of HP back. Both looking for an opportunity to grab. Dukes lands his. I think they both went for the grab there, but Dukes was the one that hit. Not sure what's going on with Dukes' combo there. This first fight. This first round is taking some time. I hope both these guys paid attention to their consumables and stuff. Okay, Dragor gets a little reckless in the face while he goes to throw his grab. Dukes follows up with a float re-CC, but does not finish him off. Dragor's at a sliver of health left. And Dukes finishes him off with that slashing. First one on the board for Mr. Dukes. Oh, and a very quick grab in the second one. Let's see. Instantly re-sees him. I feels like there could be a little bit more time for Didn't need it there. He must have been E-buffed. He did not need him. I think he did the BSR pulverize there. I think that's what I saw. Maybe it was a BSR slashing. I don't know. That damage kind of surprising at the back end there. Okay. The lead buff from Dukes. Oh, catches him with that reckless again. Woo-wee. Definitely seeing that damage buff that warrior got. I feel like previously that combo didn't kill. Okay, a little E buff from Dragor. He might have absorbed two. I wasn't really paying attention. He does tend to use both. He is moving a little bit faster too. Misses that grab. This is Duke's opportunity. Play a little bit more aggressive. Knows he can be more comfortable and his super armor's next to him. Does miss that grab though. I will give Dragor a little bit of time. Dragor's grab will be up first in about a few more seconds here. Gonna see a grab attempt here in 3, 2, 1. Now. Both grabs should be up now. Dukes misses his grab. We'll give Dragor a little bit more comfort. Went for his grab, but missed it. Both just going to be dumping SA trades into each other now. Both trying to bait the other into lifting their Q block. Oh, did catch Dukes there, but didn't follow up on it. Dukes grabbed him. He is partially low. This should be a guaranteed kill. Yeah. Okay, I think I did see a catch on Dukes there, though, but didn't capitalize off of it. Might have just missed it, though. Might not have. I thought I saw knockback. Dragor misses the grab. Duke's hot on his ass. Lands the grab back. There's a re-CC. Big damage. And... Ooh-hoo-hoo. I think that is a BSR Pulverize, man. Did they buff BSR Pulverize? That shit is chunking. Dukes misses the grab, went for it real quick off the start there. Little double chopping kick there. Dragor missing his grab. Dukes' grab should be up in a few more seconds. Hey, there's the E-buff. His grab should be ready too. He's gonna be fast as fuck. Dragor probably has about 5 more seconds left till his grab is ready. Duke's looking for an opportunity, trying to stay postured close. Definitely much more effective at staying close to Dragor now that he doesn't have to worry about every single one of his movement abilities being forward guard. And here we go. Will Dragor get himself on the board? He is getting some big damage. Oh yeah, he's buffed. This will be a death. No! Ooh, that little iframe side straight. See, now if Dukes would have went backwards there, he probably would have died. But he's actually strafed sideways, and then he gets the grab. Let's see. He does not get the re-CC, though. I don't know what happened there. Maybe he hit him with a stiff, and then grabbed him, and then capped him with another stiff? I don't know. Dragor misses the grab. Dukes now has an opportunity to stay nice and close. Dukes' grab will be ready here. Dukes landing that slow from ground smash on him. The movement speed slow. Trying to slow down. Gets him with the stiff. Does not capitalize off of it though. Okay, we saw both grab attempts there. Both players are going to be able to comfortably sit in their queue there, I think. Dukes got stiff there. Oh, there we go. Okay, but he is capped, but I think he'll still die anyways. That puts Dragor on the board. Okay, it looks like Dragor needs, he typed 1 second chat. Maybe a phone call or something. Maybe he had to lick the French fry grease off his fingers. Yeah. Gonna have to keep an eye on his health bar, on his buff bar. Might have been putting those whale pots on it. Kidding. Both parties are ready. As you can see, they're going again. Okay, there's a little e-buff from Dragor. Okay, he does get the re-CC. Down smash like crazy because of those buffs. He is fully loaded with damage. Duke's going quick. Don't get overconfident with that 5-0 lead you started with. There we go. That was an interesting grab. This will be another one. Dragor making a bit of a comeback. Still 2-win lead for Dukes, but Dragor is going to be a little bit more confident now. Dukes misses grab there. Dragor lands another one. And that will be a kill too. Okay, does catch that grab attempt with a Reckless. Does re-CC him with the Frenzied Strikes. He did immediately down smash him though, so he will not be able to finish him. I think Frenzied Strikes is a KD. Oh, a little bit of kung fu fighting. Okay, here we go. This should result in a kill. Oh no, what happened? I think I know exactly what happened there. Dukes threw that Reckless just before he chased him. And then when he grabbed him there, he went to throw it again and it wasn't available. And he lost his opportunity to re-CC. He didn't have a quick backup. Ooh. That's going to get in your head when you have him like that too. He's at 60% health. That's going to get in your head. He just disappeared? Well, I didn't even see you throw an ability. But, yeah, here we go. I didn't even see you throw the Reckless, but maybe I'm blind. Maybe I blinked. Oh, a little knockback, but Dragor wasn't ready to capitalize off of it. Okay, here we go. Let's get the armor break, grave digging. Ooh, okay, that looked good. We have a fight, though. Okay, Dukes misses the grab. Just waiting. This is to Dukes' favor, since his grab's gonna be uncooled again. Dragor pops his E-buff. Hearing the song say Kung Fu fighting and then seeing Dukes do 2 chopping kicks. Man, it just fits the moment. Okay, another grab attempt down. Dukes is E-buffed. They are both E-buffed. Dukes' will last a little bit longer. I think he's about 5 seconds behind him. Okay, Dukes gets a little grabberino. Charges up the Reckless, hits him with it. Damage seems... Oh, gets a down smash, and boom. Did they buff BSR Pulverize? I feel like he's doing a BSR Pulverize. That shit is chunking. I'm like, okay, he's going to get up it from that shit. And then he doesn't. A big fat old chunk. I don't remember when they buffed the damage. I thought it was just like Reckless, grave digging, and slashing. Oh, Dukes ran right into that grab. Big damage coming up there too. That will be a death. Okay, it looks like Dragor's still E-buffed or Z-buffed. Dukes gets a grab here. Let's see. The armor break. Reckless. Okay, man, that warrior damage. Definitely looking a lot better than it did. That is for sure. Duke's definitely playing more patient now. Okay, he might be capped. I didn't see what the first CC there was. I saw a knockback and I saw the grab. Yeah, I had a feeling he was capped there. I could have swore I saw that. Little burning Moxie there. Get a little HP back. Ooh, the little frenzy charge into a grab. There's the re-CC. And here comes the big damage with the down smash. Okay. One more for Dukes. Duke's popping that E-buff. He will have a bit of an edge, if I'm not mistaken. Dragor's E-buff and Z-buff has been used recently, so... He does try to grab Dukes as he runs at him, but misses the grab. This will put Dukes a little bit more on the offensive. His grab is a little bit shorter of a cooldown. He knows he could just hold W and get close, and there it is. There is that. Oh no! Oh shit! Yo, was that intentional? Yo, he did the jump combo and still killed him! Holy! The hell? Now we gotta ask, was that intended? Was that intended? Or was that accident? Considering he armor breaks every single time he gets the grab, he starts with the armor break, which is spacebar, I'm gonna go and say it's an accident. Thank goodness for that E-buff, though. No, I don't think anybody agreed to a winner takes all. Your whole PC crashed? Wait, your PC just crashed right now? I thought you were going to choke there, Dukes. When I saw you get that last grab and you jumped, I'm like, oh, here we go. Classic Dukes. Classic Dukes. He's fucking choking. And then you ended up killing him anyways. Holy, those damage buffs definitely helped Warrior. Because, like, there was a few of those combos there where I could have swore in the past you weren't killing with those. But yeah, you can just stay right on his ass now because, like, he does those, as long as you're cautious of that grab pressure, right? He does those 3 dashes and you can just follow him with charging thrust or frenzied charge, and you don't have to worry about him doing a 180 and punishing your forward guard anymore, right? With a WF or a shift F or even a WLMB. And because of that, you can just stay on him so much easier now. I think I'm a warrior, chat. Fuck ninja. Time to go back to my roots. Yeah. I mean, that's the only thing. When I was fighting Bingy yesterday, I was trying to not grab him a whole lot in the first half because I was like, okay, so how do I catch him now? I don't know how I catch a warrior aside from punishing the grab because it is so protected now. Don't minimize it like that, Dragor. You have 1/10 of a second left on that freaking dash cooldown before you could do it again. There's actually very few classes that can keep up with that shit. Warrior just happens to be one of them now because it has those 2 charges on separate cooldowns. But Frenzy Charge is a bit longer cooldown, so it's not like he can do that regularly, right? Oh, I was trying to figure out why my armor looks so busted. I completely forgot that I did those clicks. Nice, you guys picked a good channel to fight on, though. There's nobody grinding here. But yeah, if you're not a grab class, I honestly don't know how you catch warrior aside from accidentally punishing the grab. Man, the greatsword does look so cool. Maybe I'm a warrior again, guys. I already got all my outfits. I got weight and all that shit on my warrior. Hell yeah. You thought I was a Kuno? I thought I was a ninja. I thought I was a Sork. The reality is, I'm always going to be a sage. Oh, the hat! Drakador. That's it. I am warrior. You're right. The hat. That's it. Let's go take it right now, chat. Is Sage hard to get into? It's the hardest class in the game. By a mile. Nothing else comes close. At?
Shut up, bitch!
I'll show you. Is that troll? Nope. Definitely not trolling. Definitely not biased because I'm a sage. I won't. That's it. You don't want to get nerfed? I've been nerfed 4 times in a row now. Being nerfed is my life. Do. I know, right, Multi? That's what I've been saying is they're gonna do, it's gonna be like the same thing as the Drak, where they keep doing all the wrong nerfs, and then eventually they're gonna do the right nerf, and then you're gonna have the right nerf that should have happened first, stacked with all the wrong nerfs, and then the class is just gonna feel like fucking doo-doo. Ooh. Yo, is this your jam, Dukes? Who queued this up? I'll be back. Getting back. This is cool. What's wrong with that? Okay, untag. Boom. Yeah, the game desyncs. It happens both ways. There was a time where you grabbed him too, and I was like, what the fuck? The funny thing is that's still like a third of the range you have on every grab. Shit. Okay, let's bring the warrior over there. God, I gotta dye the drip. Holy shit, that's loud. Yeah? I remember something like that. I don't remember who it was, but it might have been the other way around. So I think that means he owes you 2 now. 3. Oh shit, he's keeping track. It's like fucking Steve Buscemi. He's laying there on the fucking couch, putting the lipstick on, and he's got a list on the wall. He's got a 3 next to your name, Kinjara. You better watch out. Oh, that's true. I guess that kind of cancels out. Okay, let's see. Boom. What the hell? It all broke. Broke all my gear. Should do that every time you tag. It has a 0.1% chance to delete all your gear. So people who chronically tag eventually get reset. What do you guys think, chat? Oh, I'm gonna have the purple greatsword. The worst ideas? What are you talking about? That's the best idea. Oh, I guess I only have the greatsword if I'm not suck. Okay, we gotta go awakened. Okay, how do I do that again, chat? I don't even have an awakening spec. I need some PvE add-ons. Yo, wait. Oh, I gotta... Do I have it turned down? I think I have my personal effects turned down. Look at that purple greatsword. Holy shit. Oh, I gotta get these other things purple now. Okay. Let's see, do I have the reforges set up? Okay, 1 second. Let's take the summon back. I have like 15 minutes before I have to go. Have they made it yet? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's so easy to retag. Oh, maybe I need to get a Doomsday outfit for my... No, because then I can't use the hat. You guys want to extend it to 2 weeks? Sure, that's fine. I mean, you guys don't have to fight every 2 weeks, right? You guys can just decide when you guys, like, work it out with each other when you want to fight. That's fine. I might end up opening it up to the whole community, too, and just make it so it's like... You spend, like, 20k points or 30k points or maybe even 50k. Because you don't want the person who wins to be challenged every 20 seconds, right? But maybe make it like 50k and anybody can challenge the winner. The only potential issue with that is, right, you might get some really goated players in that #1 spot. The Adana of Zeth stream. And might make people, you know, uninterested in going and getting their asses kicked by them. Okay, I need Warrior PvE add-ons. Anybody have a Awaken Warrior PvE add-ons handy? Oh, I was like, why are these abilities not working? Oh, that just adds a forward guard. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, they ended up keeping that a knockdown, eh? Attack speed minus DP on everything? Yeah. What did Warbellion give us? That's a web P. I don't know what the hell that is that he linked. Pretty sure I just gave myself a virus. Okay, I think if I delete everything after the PNG there, it'll probably work fine. No, it still didn't work. I'll just download it, I guess. If I get a virus, I'm blaming you. Okay, here we go. Can I not? Oh, I clicked the wrong button. I'll just copy those ones in. Accuracy, are you sure these are PvE? It instantly is 2 PvP add-ons. Overwhelm? Well, I'll just go with these. Ooh. Oh, I unequipped the crystals. I was like, where's my AP? Okay. Wait, does Q-Block give that much AP? 32, huh? I might actually not be able to get away with the BSR crystal here, though. I mean, that's only 7 AP. Wait, what? Why am I doubling up on knockback and float crystals? What is going on with this setup? Oh yeah, I could just house buff. Good call. Go just grab a 1 hour buff since I gotta literally leave here in 10 minutes. Okay. Why is a bunch... Did I accidentally lock a bunch of shit? Yeah, there we go. Good enough. Okay, what do I do now? Been so long. Didn't they make it so... Oh, I'm not armor breaking, am I? Ooh, 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 ooh. I actually keep trying to shift F because it's Seraph. Oh yeah, that's what I'm forgetting too. Ooh, you hear the bats there, chat? Oops. The thing is, Dragor, the reason why Yanu is typing that is because I don't think we ever heard you say that when you were on the winning end. That's why, even though what you're saying is true, it falls on deaf ears, you know? No, haven't heard it once. Probably isn't worth it to be. Wait, what? Oh, that's right. I forgot about Ultimate. Ooh, that 100 though is so much better than Sage's. Holy. What I need. God, look how durable the block is! I can just fucking sit here forever! Okay, that is a DP shred, I thought so. God, I'm so rusty at Awakening. I haven't played Awakening since before Serendia Elvia. Imagine you can make the abilities purple too. I feel like Warrior's really quick at killing the towers, though. Did they speed up Frenzy? Oh no, maybe it might just my Z buff. That felt so fucking fast. Chat. I'm already missing my Sage. You guys ready for me to go crazy? Watch this. Oh, I can't click to move that, that's right. She's walking home today. Honestly, this doesn't seem like it could be too bad. I am so fucking awful at it. I am fucking up so much. It honestly doesn't feel that bad. Okay, chat. I'm head out. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I'll just do to fuck up this fish. Okay. Watch the new Digital Foundry. Does Digital Foundry have a new video too? Bird. I'll send you guys over to the dragon. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful day. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all for hanging out. Good luck with your grinds. Good luck with anything you guys do today.